Alright. Hello, future watchers. We are live. It is your boy Cozy, back for day 40, I don't know, 43, I think. Pretty sure that's what it is. And we have some ideas to work on, so we're going to execute on some of the stuff we talked about last stream. Increasing the cell width, having cell width and height not be the same thing, as well as having some tile and sprite resizing stuff. There's always plenty to do. I know I should, honestly, with how this game is, I probably could have done much sooner, but I also want it to be fun, not just done. So we're just gonna see where this wave takes us and hopefully get it done this month. Yeah, what's going on, Draco? It's good to see you, man. It's always good to see you, Draco. Hopefully you're doing well this fine evening. Anyways, let us go to Game Board Manager, and this is the crux of where everything is. Everything flows from here. You have cell length, and now you have to have a very distinct thing. We're not gonna refactor this, we're actually gonna allow this to be broken so we can exactly know where in the code someone's calling this and what to do with it. Total length in meters. So this would be simply just the width. Meters. That should be good. Now the idea we have is that this is actually going to be, we're going to make the width much bigger, but let's first fix all these different usages and then we can go from there and correct it. That'll be fine. Board, playboard, transform, local scale. This is, I'm assuming, for width, which is the most critical function here. Yeah, because this is concerning length. Yeah, because that's 2000. That's a hard-coded value. I should probably change that. Alright. And then again, X plus playboard level Y. So this is an easy thing. We can just do board. Cell width. And did we do that there? Okay, yeah, we did. Where does it go through all the different usages here? It should be more straightforward. Here, this is left and right margin, so we're clearly dealing with width as well. Hey, what's going on, TST? It's good to see you, man. Always a pleasure to see you, man. I feel like it's been a minute. Hopefully you're doing well. Live treating you good. Yeah, we're gonna change this to be width because it's concerning the calculation of the X range. Y range is gonna be the first utilization of height instead. So interesting distinction we have going on here. Now, this is fine, but we also have buffer utilities that we need to update as well. And Y core is going to be using height instead. And X core is going to be using width for cell size. And then there's one more utilization of this here, which is using width for the X. Did I get rid of the Y calculation? Interesting, because I'm not seeing any other compile errors. Then the Einstein is new to you? Yeah, it's the whole setup is new, man. We've changed quite a bit of stuff here, but I needed a bit of a refresher, you know? Something different. Sometimes you just gotta do that, right? Gotta do a little revamp. Just to make things fresh and fun. I know for a fact I needed it, so... yeah. We're in there. Alright, so... got those refactors done. I'm seeing another compile error around here, though. And right here, reset player, and this is vector 3. This is the X component. Board height divided by 2 times board cell length. Interesting. So this is actually going to be height, cell height. Cool. So we got this done, and now we can do something a little bit more interesting and make width significantly bigger. Like I was thinking maybe even 16, and then we can go from there. But now each individual cell in that grid is going to be really long. Now you're going to see just one obstacle appear periodically, and that means we did it correctly. We're going to have to change how we do hazards though. Oh, more compile errors. Let's deal with this. Hey, what's going on, Kate? Or evening, I guess. Yeah, it's evening for me. Timothy Connor, thank you. I'm glad you dig the setup. Something very different, but we need it. Also, Kate, I did get the build to happen last, like a few seconds after stream. I just had to get rid of the SH prefix. Like, I went to the wiki because I was like, alright. And the wiki was infinitely way more easy to get this building as opposed to using the docs, but... but yeah, it does the things, but I haven't figured out where it's building to or how to start it. So that's the next step, but oh well. Yeah, I was gonna ask, yeah, it happened, Syndicate. We got there eventually. I think we have it here. I was trying to read through this documentation for how to do the build, and make was just so the wiki was so much more easier. But yeah, we were able to do the thing. No, you're good, you're good. It happens. But I think you just saying just go to the wiki, or that the wiki was helpful, was exactly what I needed to just get unstuck. Cell width, cell height. Okay, cool, and that should be correct. Anything else here that's incorrect? No. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. How are we doing now, buddy? Alright, perfect. Today's gonna be I don't know. It's an interesting stream, for me at least. This stream feels more like an act of the will. I'm not sure if it's due to winter or maybe some other issues. Hey, and it's actually working at the intervals we talked about, so it's easy to react. Now we just have to have these like be stretched out to occupy the full size, and repeat the textures and resize the collider as well. And it's gonna look seamless, as if it's just a bunch of rows. And we can even do some custom stuff here. But yeah, today's kind of a stream's like an act of the will. I've been feeling very... It's not even tired. It's not something simple like that. I wouldn't even call it depressed. But I feel like inanimate. And honestly, I've just desired to just lay down, not sleep or anything, just be. But yesterday and today, and there's a few streams, so I think today's gonna be in particular like that. It's a day where we got to really put to practice that idea of the will. And it's very crazy how, like, once you do that, motivation could be summoned. It's crazy how that works. Sometimes the hardest thing is just getting to the chair, but once you get into the chair, dude, you can just start working and it's just, things start flowing. Alright, so we have to do some changes here now. Scale is no longer an acceptable criteria, or I guess we can have X scale be defined here. And then we can have this be board cell width divided by 2. Correct. And now we can simply do X scale, Y scale. Z can be like 1, and that's perfectly fine and suitable. Are we just like undoing this by multiplying it by 2? I feel like we're undoing. Okay, we're just gonna leave this as is, even though this term effectively cancels out this term, but let's just rock with it first and then see how it looks. And then as for collider, we added a sphere collider, but that's not going to work for the type of collision we're doing. So I think what we're going to need to do is do a box collider instead. Now, I'm not sure if there's any key component. What do we do with this? We have a mesh collider as well. I'm not sure what your function is. Oh, we just simply get rid of you. Okay, cool. Let me catch up real quick. Sometimes the best things we do in life don't feel like much is happening when we're doing them. It's only when we look back and see what we did, see how awesome it was. Yeah, I've been wrestling with that, Timothy. I mean, if we're gonna have like a bit of a, a fireside chat, be a bit more vulnerable. I've been having this very odd thing lately for the first time in my life that I've never really had, where it's like I'm advancing. I'm not old or anything. I'm getting close to the 30s mark, but that's kind of contemplative, and there's a bunch of different things that are kind of trying to make me feel as if the effort I've done throughout my whole life on games isn't fruitless, right? But is it worth? I guess a better framing is that it's a question of like, has everything I've been doing, has it been worth it? The way I use my time in my off time, the skills, the things I'm pursuing, and it's not a bad question to contemplate. I think at some point we all have to contemplate that, especially with things that you invest so much of your life into. And for me, I consciously know it, but I think for the first time, I've actually started having having to strengthen my resolve, especially as opportunity cost kind of grows, or not grows, but as things change, priorities change, right? That might be what's contributing to a bit of that malaise, but I don't know. I sit down and I start working on stuff and start scooping a little bit at the work, and I'm reminded of the things that I find very interesting about it. And it's not necessarily that this whole thing is, hey, has this been a waste? That's actually not the proper framing, but rather it's what more could be done with this time that I have and these abilities I have, right? I don't know. It's something we all consider, right? So we set the transform scale directly. And collider center. We set it to scale. That's odd. Right, because you're setting radius. Nice. Okay, perfect. So this should be correct, I believe, for the box collider, assuming orientation is the way we expect it to be. And yeah. What's going on here today, man? Why am I so lazy to code my game? Just why it happens, man. If you're still up, have fun. Of course, Syndicate. You have a good one. Thanks for stopping by. Could make the next Discord, or just simply make your own version of Notepad. Yeah, exactly, right, Jocko? Yeah, what's going on, Turmeric? It's good to see you. But yeah. Or it could even be things beyond just this, right? But, yeah. Just some things we consider. I'm gonna do something else here. Cool. Music. Global shader constant. I'm gonna do another one. Okay, cool, perfect. And then in here, we're gonna do something very simple. Are we gonna do float or integer? I think float's fine. I think it float's more of utility. But yeah. So that's why I kind of said this is kind of an opportunity to practice this. Height. Did I really spell it wrong? I think it's very easy to do things when the motivation's already there and it's exciting and fun and new. The real test is when you're deep into something and the initial fun is not quite there, right? And there's much more weight that exists within a project or whatever you're doing. And just pursuing and pushing forward, right? I think that's where a lot of character gets built. That's something I want to cultivate more on this project. And I think that's something that's applicable beyond coding or games or any of this stuff. I think it's a more fundamental human thing. Okay, so we set that. And then this material for hazards. Are you using the standard shader? Okay. There's something in particular I want to do with this, but I may want to make this just part of the standard shader as like a feature or something. We have access to this global property, and we can choose to apply, because we have what do we have here? No, we don't actually. Okay, this is fine. So we can do something with this. We can apply like even a simple Boolean, right? It's going to be just simply a Boolean. Just to make it backed by a float. It's going to be 0 by default. Here's where the properties are for the uniforms. Perfect. I'm going to apply this here. As well as the properties we just introduced. Cool. So that's all there now. And we can use this to kind of set up these properties. So if we go into the UV calculation, we can either do this in vert or we can do this in fragment. I'm assuming we're going to do this in fragment. Yeah, we have this I.UV, but we can change this. And now we can do instead, we can do I.UV. Or actually, I'm being dumb. Times, and then we're gonna have this term use this times I dot height. Very nice. Okay. Perfect. And then instead we're going to use UV directly here. And I don't think there's anything else here that warrants using that, but I believe that should be correct. And here, where else do we use? Oh, here we go. Front load it. We're going to utilize UV instead. So if we're using that feature, we'll multiply cell size by that. Actually, this is not going to work out. Use, because I want this to be a multiplier, but if cell size is, if this term is going to be, if this is 0, then that's going to be 0, and it's going to multiply the other terms to 0. So everything's just going to be 0. We don't want that to happen. So another, I think the simplest way to go about this then is do like a Boolean lerp. That's what comes to mind right now. There's probably an easier way to do this, but right now that the simplest thing is what comes to mind. Yep. Probably don't need that. There's probably a better way to express it, but lerp is what makes the most sense to me right now. So we're just gonna work with it. Okay, perfect. Perfect. Okay, so now the shader should be able to support that, and then we can go to this mHazard thing and then apply this new field we've introduced for ourselves. World elements, yep, set this to 1, and I believe we might have to have it or something, but we'll see. Let me catch up in chat real quick. Tamerko, you really love the new horizontal streams layout. Thank you. Of course, Tamerko. I'm glad you dig it. Yeah, we needed a little change. Let's catch up. Hey, what's going on, Zero? So this is what the notification was. Yep, it is. What's going on, Timothy? Yep, I'm achieving my highest and best use. I think about that every day. Daily iterating towards my ideal state and recognizing God wants my 5 loaves and 2 fish. He doesn't require me to feed to 5,000. Exactly, Timothy Connor. That's yeah, that was a whole thing. I've gone through different arcs. I remember when I first got saved, I had this whole thing where like I've had the identity of being a game developer super bound to me. And when that happened, I had to go through this year of saying, hey, I can't, like, I can exist without this. This is not what defines me. you know? This change in my life, being saved, pursuing following God, that was like a big identity shift thing. So I kind of spent like a year not doing deving like that, and just seeing like, okay, how is life without me being a programmer? Like, yeah, I did it for my job, but my spare time. But like that's kind of creeped back in some odd ways. But I don't know. Like I think about like, is the work I'm doing good and beneficial and helpful to people, or not even if it's necessarily just good or bad or of social utility, but also like, is it the purpose? I don't know. That's something you have to. I don't know. That's something I'm still waiting to see. In the meantime, while I wait, I want to keep cracking at what we started and try to bring to completion something that I've began. I think I have a big problem with concluding projects. But that's alright. Visual, root, main camera. Where's all the... Oh, it's gonna be in the pooling object. Yeah, here we go. Hazards. So how are you structured? Because you don't seem to be structured correctly. Yeah, I think we have to size you up by like 2, I think. And also the collider is not correct. Because if you look, the collider size is 8 and 1. Do you guys see where the collider is? It's way too big. It's like orders of magnitude too big. Like I think they're not orders of magnitude, but it's definitely not 2. Like I don't think having it is gonna fix the problem, right? I don't know. What's going on, Dead Orchard? Good to see you. Like Yamahas? Do you have any a coding schedule, or just take breaks when you feel like you need to? Yeah, usually I kind of do that. You can see Cozy's face. Oh yeah. Hi y'all. It's weird to see me, right? Yeah, no, I usually, like, if I'm stuck on a design thing, I take, because coding thing is, you can, if you have like a coding task, you can just kind of chip away or work at it, unless it's like really cognitively deep. But you can just sit down, and largely it's a function of time. Design decisions, though, that's where I get stuck, and I have to step away and think and play some other stuff, or just live life and see if I can come to a better understanding. Oh, I could just keep this 1 because we're scaling the transform correctly. Oh, that solves things. Yeah, design decisions are where things get difficult for me personally. Because fun feels like a subjective thing, and then it's also like, it's subject to my taste, fundamentally. And sometimes it takes time for your biases, because like I wrote the thing, so I want to think like, yeah, it works exactly as intended. And maybe like programmer Cozy thinks that, but then like simple consumer Cozy, like if you were to sit down and play this game after a while and he's forgotten a bunch, he doesn't have that rose tinted glasses, he plays it and it's like, oh, this is not quite fun. And sometimes it takes time to be able to assess it at that level. Not seen you in a while. It's been a while. I'm used to your other haircut. Yeah, I've cut everything off. Slowly regrowing it, but I don't know. Right now I'm an egghead. I'm simply the Eggman. Where is the... Oh, there is the... They're too small. We have to go back to the shader. Because I think I want to do something a little bit different. I think we're going to divide it by like 2 or something. Is it this one instead? Yeah, it's this one. And let's see here. On a UV. Yeah, we're gonna do divided by 2. Compile it. There we go. So now every single change is like much more, not as extreme. Like I can actually react to the changes that happen. And now that I have a faster vehicle, like I can actually go significantly quicker. I can go faster, and it's not impossible to react to the changes that happen. Like maybe in open spaces and then like a wall or divider pops up, then like that would be a problem, but yeah, this is actually not so bad. The only thing is that some of the culling is much more visible now because like yeah. I have to make the level longer as well to compensate for this. That's another thing. I think I've hard-coded the value you had for testing purposes, but yeah, I mean, that was pretty straightforward to make, though. I have a question. If you could go back to day 1 of your programming coding journey, what would you do or tell yourself? Don't think you're too dumb to try stuff. Yeah, I think that's pretty much how it is. Like, I would shy away from doing certain projects because I just thought I can't deal with it, or I know there's better ways of doing it, but I don't want to fail and make something bad. I think I would have gone further along if I just like trucked through and did it anyways. Yeah, I think that's probably what I tell myself. What's going on, Trash R Us? Good to see you again. Also, Cornelius, good to see you. How many boss phases do you have? Boss phases? Are you talking about me? What card is that? Yeah, everyone has gathered. A magic card? I don't have a magic card. Which card are you pointing at? Oh, this is a Pokemon card that I got from work. No, this is not the one. There's another one. I don't know where I got this one. Yeah, I fixed a bunch of bugs like in a really short amount of time, and one of the UX designer / project manager of that time, he gave me a Pokemon bug card for like fixing all the bugs, or a bunch of bugs. So I thought that was very nice. I have it in my pocket though, in that jacket still, because I didn't want to lose it. Okay. I might want to change the level gen algorithm, because now the changes, since they're so gradual, we can afford to make the tunnels a little bit more narrow. Because like it's not crazy. We can, where is it? Where do we call the level gen function? level. Where do we do the that's a thread watcher, path gen, and then we do a path count of 13. Oh, do we hard code the widths though? I don't want that. Yeah, path width, radius. No, nay, Shaniqua, nay. We are not doing that. You're gonna be a parameter I can tweak. There we go. And maybe default to 5 or something. If you want to be reasonable. Actually, no defaults. Okay, so that fixes all the usages down below. Now I can refactor that back into path radius. Cool, and then we can go into game board because it's gonna be mad at me for changing stuff. And we're gonna make it like a radius of 3 or something, and just see how that treats them. I feel like fire needs animation when flying, angle changes. We'll see, Tamerka. I still need to do the particle effect stuff. Come on. Where's the path? It seems like it's way too wide. It feels way too wide still. I guess because we're in the beginning part too. I think I have to expand or shorten or expand the radius for when the distance for before we trigger the next level the next level transition, because I don't think we get far enough to see this, but I'm still a little perplexed though, because this is supposed to be cells and it feels kind of huge. What's going on, dude? How we doing, Max? I feel like I've learned something as a programmer. It was because I completed something in a domain I had no confidence in. Yeah, exactly. 100%. I had to do some networking tasks for work, like a big significant networking thing at work, and I'm still not confident doing anything network related, but being thrown at that project and forced to just do it was very educational. And I learned quite a bit from that. Yeah, like if we're going really fast, we can actually react to this pretty reasonably. The radius seems weird, or I guess maybe these multiple paths are overlapping, but now they're starting to coalesce to a smaller radius. I need to expand this. It's too short. Here's 16 to board width back to 2000. Where is there's another usage. Yeah, we hard coded it. Where is the actual oh, path gen. Oh, have we not been using the oh my goodness, we haven't been using. Okay, so maybe this wasn't compiling this entire time and we've been just testing. That's so weird though, because it wouldn't let you play unless. Okay, I mean, let's just see how that looks now. You gotta do some TCP stuff soon? Yeah. I wanna do it. I like oh, now that's ooh. Oh. Now that is a oh, that is a close one. Yeah, okay. Our radius works. Let's make it 3. Yeah. We'll make it 3. We'll be a little bit more reasonable. So at the start, the level we generated was not, I mean, ideally we should be using the same function, but whatever. I'm not going to put a standard radius here because I want to be able to change, we're going to change it so it actually gets this from the level assets thing. So that's why I'm hard coding it right now, but implementation of the protocol, yeah, that's a very different thing. You're actually like implementing the protocol. I just want to use it. We're not the same. That's more reasonable, but still. No, it's not. Did it recompile? Did you actually recompile? Or are you lying to me? Fine. I'm gonna make it... We'll use this constant for right now, and then we'll hook it up to the actual level assets thing. Oh, is it back to being really big? And okay, a row appears. How far does it take until the radius starts getting very apparent? Yeah, no, we barely even see this. Barely even see it. For a new router, my dad wants hoorah American-made routers. Oh, that was the whole thing, wasn't that? Still is the whole thing. Okay. No, we're looking at quarter right now. I'm still debating if we're gonna do the spiky boys or not. Whimsy's kind of cool, but I'm also kind of just thinking about here we go. Okay, so it's still pretty... I mean, it's nothing crazy. You can... When's this radius triggering? When is this determined? Transition X core. Okay, so you're also happening really soon. Let's change this to like 1,000. Is this... That's the X coordinate in world space. So we can start with like the cell count, which if it's 2,000 cells, we could do like 2,500 times cell. I'm sorry, what? Cell width, there we go. And that's gonna be way longer now. 100%. A router from a network card in cheap office. Gnarly. Example of lawmakers legislating things they really don't understand. Yeah, I mean that's how you get the whole age verification thing. They think they're doing it good and then they're not. Oh, come on. And that's being charitable. That's assuming they're not being influenced by, like, lobbyists and PACs and whatnot. I like the idea of the game having, like, 3 roads, though. One that goes high, mid, and then low. So if you want to see, like, the bottom tier, you can see the bottom of the world. Or if you want to see, like, an upper part, if I get a chance, you can like try going up, but at least you're making a conscious risk reward thing. This also guarantees hazards are very spread out, like the laser things. Are these not following the player? These canvases should be following them. That's weird if they're not. So this allows us to go fast, but now there's kind of a problem of like, I guess that hazard pops in occasionally, but yeah, now we're in a black void. This is kind of ominous. I want to see how this looks with a faster bike, though. Also, coins are. I need to make. We're gonna make the coins much more spread out. Oh. Yeah, we have to make the coins much more spread out. Like, what I'm gonna do is have lines of coin. So kind of what we did here, except they have to be individual so you can collect them one at a time. So I think the pool is just gonna request more additional coins on generation. And that can be in the entity creation functions. So we have, so if it's coin, health, pickup, no, so this is gonna be very specific. It's gonna be similar, but it's gonna be distinct enough that it warrants a separate kind of condition for the coin pickup. Which is that not only are we gonna request the pickup. Are you kidding me? You're not gonna... Okay, whatever. Anyways. What if I, like... Can I just create another scope and you'll be fine with that? No, you're not. So picky. No, where's the... Okay, here we go. No. Okay, we're just gonna do this. We're also gonna place additional coins around. So like... int equals 0. No, not height. request another one. I guess we'll just do a break here if this fails. And then otherwise, if we can place a subcoin. Because they ultimately do this place object on board function, right? So we can just kind of do that up here. Coin, request object from pool. Honestly, we can simplify this a bit more. And make this be like an early return so that this stuff fails and we just... Or maybe I should just make this a function. Honestly. Because this is gonna, these switch statements are gonna get unwieldy very quickly. That's the first argument. We're gonna need a few though. Also, I'm not sure what this new... Oh, because we need to assign this, I think. Because that's the thing. Yeah, we have to return that. Okay, that makes sense. So we're gonna do a couple of different things. And then this should all be happy now. And now we can structure things a little bit differently. So we're going to invert this, have it be in here, have this return early if this fails. Cool. Otherwise, if it doesn't fail, then we're going to coin assign, new object, its name and everything. And then we're going to create the sub objects. It was going low-key. Thanks for making this sign. The open style stay solid. Yep. That wasn't the intention, if I'm going to be honest with you, but hey. If it bothers people, it's good to know. And I'll leave it like that. The old man. Best example of lawmakers legislating things. Oh, yeah. So many things can be considered an OS. Yeah, it's weird. Can't wait for my calculators to need to have age verification and account creation. Math is for nerds anyways. Democrats don't deserve Pat as president. Oh my goodness. I don't know why, but I felt the need to find a game. This is a Monster Hunter like, but not Monster Hunter. Interesting. I wish Dauntless didn't get bought by crypto farming company and then killed. That's tragic. I never heard of Dauntless, but that's a terrible fate to happen. That sucks. But hey, at least the stop killing game stuff is moving forward, so that's good. Stop killing games is actually popping off right now. It was a free game. Dang. That sucks. They killed something good. If only people were able to resurrect it. What are we doing? Right, assigning. But now for subcoin. Okay, all part of this. You are not gonna. Oh, this changes things. Oh my goodness. Oh, this is gonna break a bunch of stuff. Or maybe not, but some APIs are gonna change, and this might cause weird stuff to happen. Because now, if we're gonna allocate multiple pullable objects per cell, then instead of returning one, we have to return a set of these. Like a list. And I don't want to have bad GC pressure for creating a new list. So I think what we're going to do instead is like have a list that always exists, and then mutate it. And then at the end of each frame, we either add it to the view list and then clear it, or just leave it empty. But we have to do something. Yeah. Oh, this sucks. And it's just because coins are dumb. Essentially is what it is. Yeah, that's a whole thing. Fantastic. Okay. So no more returning this. And instead we mutate it. Oh my goodness. Create entity. This is no longer a thing. Instead, what we're going to do is just have like a list that always perpetually exists. Okay. And that means now we have this list. Per iteration. And before we're adding like a single element, maybe you might want to just keep this. Because we have this list we're accruing, we don't have to add it per frame cycle. We can actually just do this in aggregate at the very end of this frame, which actually might be better in a bunch of different sense. I wonder though, is there anything that's dependent on checking if stuff exists already? Yeah, if contains key slot position. So it can, adding it during this iteration might be good to prevent this kind of issue from cropping up. I think this is meant to handle like things created last frame, not this frame. But I also don't want to introduce another dumb thing. So I think I'm just going to do it here, and then if there's any considerations as far as perf is concerned, then I can just change that. fine. And then afterwards, we just have to clear that list. And then we go to the created. Creation, okay, no. You have it for a second and then you're wrong. There we go. So now we have this. And we need to be very conscientious about how we deal with this, because no longer are we modifying ref. Why are you being weird? Check parameter. No, it's fine. What's going on here? Coin. Assign entity. We add coin here. We assigned names in a very weird way. I don't know how we did it in this order. That's fine. Okay. This is fine as well. We're good, dandy, and happy with this. Coins, create a subcoin. We have to place it a little bit different though. Do we call place object on board? I don't believe we do. Yes, let's do that real quick first. Place object on board. Okay, cool, so we place coin there. Nice. So now that we did this, we have a way of interpolating these values or doing some kind of offset. There's like an optimal way of structuring this. I forgot how you do it though, but it's like a way of minimizing. Yeah, something like that. So we can do, this is not one. It's board cell width. We're partitioning it by, I mean, itself, right? So I guess a cell width divided by, would it actually just be 1? Huh. I think that would actually be it. Might be actually 2, but yeah, I think that should be correct. Yeah, we're not going to have to do that assertion anymore. Cool. So now it's just a matter of calling this function. So within here, you require an object's entity. Okay. Did I not change the name? Oh, it's object list. Whoops. And then okay, I think it's fine. That should be good. Perfect. But for watching your stream, it felt like distracting. Yeah, I can see that. I think having things be static makes more sense. I was going Draco. I don't know why, but I felt the need to find a game. Oh yeah. Also doesn't like Windows anymore. Yep, that was a great. That made me very happy. Cozy, don't somehow create life by accident by changing APIs. Too late. When I changed APIs without thinking about it, 9 months later, I got a text. They were having a major update, and then the game was shut down about a month after, and the original team was all fired off, from what I understand. That sucks. Yeah, I hate the crypto stuff. It's like every single fad sucks, and just makes a state of I don't know. I was gonna say games, but I think it just makes the state of being online worse. Like, I remember NFTs and how terrible they were, and how they just let the people getting like swindled or having their art like tokenized without their consent or permission or knowledge, and it's terrible. Lasers. It's amazing how relative everything is, because like during that, like, this is terrible, I hate this, and now it's like I'd rather deal with that than all that we've unlocked with this Pandora's box. Brother. Yeah, we're not gonna break, you're gonna return. Okay, cool. So we create coin, it does its thing. Perfect. Let's see if it works the way I've envisioned it. Or if the game's gonna call me a liar, and put my pants on fire. Let's see. Okay, what do we got going on here? What do we have happening? I don't see a single coin anywhere, or a hazard, or anything. Okay, things have gone wrong. Things have gone very wrong. Fantastic! I love it! Wait, what? Where's the assertion failing? Not null. What? Oh, do I... Wait, how is this failing, though? Because if it's coin that's failing on, then we early return. This should not be null. For break, why does break pickup exist? What? What is going on? We deliberately return on create coin, so it's not create coin that's causing this issue. What's happening is here. Unless, do I have like a assertion here that snuck in by accident? No. No assertions. There's multiple of these though. Is there a different stack trace for it? $63. So, I mean, these cases should just return. Laser just return. Part pick, you're not implemented, so return as well. Actually, laser, you are done. So you should be fine. Oh, 1 second. Game board manager. For the view, I just have had a new realization that's kind of terrifying. This view.add is not a list. It's like a key value pair thing. Meaning that values here are being overwritten for the same indice. So this is not gonna work. Oh my freaking goodness, dude. You're killing me. Killing me, Smalls. Keytronic at the thrift for $5. That's pretty sick. 30 years of crud. Oh no. That sounds terrible. Alright, so what are we doing here? How do we solve this? This is so dumb. Dude, honestly, instead of doing this whole thing, I almost feel inclined to have all the objects just individually handle this themselves, so it doesn't matter how many exist. We can just like, they can individually just handle their own. Like if the player view leaves a certain X or Y range, they just recycle themselves instead of like keeping track of these in a discrete dictionary. I mean, I can re-implement this to be like a support list, but the whole idea is that this is supposed to be very like tight in memory and prefixed. Or not funky, fresh, and critch. Yeah, I hate that. I'm usually pretty good about periodically cleaning my keyboards. Speaking of which, I'm due for another cleaning soon. We'll get there. Ah, this sucks. This sucks. I feel like I've over-engineered this, man. I think simply and completely, I engineered this for a very particular thing, and now we're changing it, and that's breaking a lot of the assumptions. And now I can try to preserve this, but it's going to require additional complexity that's just kind of dumb. I'm currently reading the Yellow Book to learn C#, at least to understand a bit of coding. Thanks to you. Thank you. That's great to hear, Swanken. I'm glad I can be part of your journey, even if only kickstarting it. But hey, I didn't kickstart it. You kickstarted it. You exercised your will, and you're doing the thing, man. And that's all you, man. That's good to hear. And now I'm in the process of having my will tested because of the implementation details I've done. The pull of like central versus distributed responsibility. The pain. So it just overwrites the value silently. Oh, brother. Wait a second, though. There is a solution. The key was in vector space. Or not vector space, model space, the array index space. But we can prevent these collisions by switching this to use world space instead. So instead of using slot position, we're gonna use a world position. Oh brother. Oh brother. And I mean, that's going to prevent the key collision. Oh, that's so finagly, because, like, things move. Actually, it might be more accurate. Because if you want to do the traffic thing, then we have to do calling based off their current position in the world. So maybe this is actually fine and acceptable. And not actually a terrible, egregious, evil thing. But instead something that's actually reasonable. And that just means that this is iterating upon table view max exist key entry key. That's gonna be world position. And the min x and min y range is gonna be, so this is where things get weird. It's because this is in world space, but now we're comparing it index space. So we can collapse this. Remove list, removal count equals key. So yeah, I think that's the only thing we need to do is either transform this min and max y into world space, which if we look at the game currently, if we take a look at the game, like this board width and height. Is there a positional offset to it? None. So everything's really relative to... I think the mapping to world space is just scaling. There's no offset. So we can actually just do this. We can probably just do... Actually, can I just scale directly? I can't. Is it gonna mutate the Yeah, it's void. It's not going to produce a new value. No, we have to do vector 3 or vector 2 scale this, and then we're going to scale by... Honestly, I shouldn't create a new thing every frame. I should probably just cache one or make a const or something. So width. Okay, cool. And then we can just scale by I should really be more specific, shouldn't I? Like, I just feel like I want this to be cell size. Also, you don't need to do a cast, it can be a vector 2. And wait a second though, doing this is gonna... No, we need to divide it actually. That's actually what we need to do. Not scale. That's the transform from index space into world space. We need to do the inverse of it. Do I have a vector 3 extension for like division? Okay, I don't. Let's go to our vector 3 utilities and create a we have mod, we have mult. I forget, there's a dividend, there's a divisor. I forget, I always forget. Oh my goodness, we're gonna have to search this up. Divisor, I'm assuming is the one on the bottom, right? Yeah, it's a divisor. Okay, yeah, we're right. That's how you spell it? Yeah, divisor. Let's be more specific. This is like the dividend. Dind with a D. Okay, cool. Turn back to game board. Wait. I already implemented this before? Oh my god. I've done this before. I just didn't check. Or I guess IntelliSense wasn't there yet. Divided by. I like that terminology better. Oh my goodness. So hopefully this is just a purely scale transformation thing. There's probably compile errors, isn't there? No, okay, it compiles, but we'll see. What's going on? What you making? I'm making a game right now, and I'm fixing culling. as I've been prone to do this entire project. That's been like the biggest thing, the biggest, dumbest thing I have had to do. This is probably failing because there's a failed assertion. Yeah, that's happening over here, which is happening at line 30. Hazards. Why are you being weird? Oh, because you're not being added, are you? I'm forgetting to add these new objects to the list. I don't know why my IntelliSense is being weird. I don't appreciate it being odd like that. Doesn't really matter. Yeah, that explains a whole lot of the bad, weird, scary things that have been happening. Okay, let's see if it actually gets added now. Okay. Do we see anything? Well, I'm seeing more exceptions, but hey, we saw some stuff. I saw a coin for a second. For a split second. Yeah, everything is just being weird and wrong and odd. And again, at line 30, there's some failed. This is failing. Okay. I'm assuming this has to do something with the culling object. The culling part of this. Rule count. Mark entity is dead. So we had to do like an approximate equal. No, because we're checking against threshold. So the room for error is a bit different. Okay. Dude, honestly, since coins are such a special, weird thing, I might just revert this function call back to what it was originally. And instead, the coins will be this special thing that just manages themselves. And if they're out of sight, then it's gonna return them. They're gonna return a pool. That's how we're gonna handle this. Because I do not want to fiddle with this anymore. I just want to work on game logic right now. Cannot be undone, really. Okay. Going back to here, you're gonna go back to creating something. Yup. We're going to do slot dot position. Okay, and as for you guys, you are going to do stuff. You're no longer doing this. Your turn. Yep, that's indeed what you're gonna do. Or maybe we're gonna do something a little bit. I don't know. Yeah, this will be fine. This will be fine. So create coin. You're gonna create you're still gonna do your regular thing, but you're gonna return the principal coin at the very end. And that's fine. Coin. Yeah, I'm perfectly fine with that. Okay, simple, but works. Sometimes things don't work, it's fine. We'll let them fail. Then back here, there's none of this business anymore. Instead, yeah, no, there's actually nothing to do there. No object list. Thing anymore. We're not adding this. We're not adding that as well. So you can go to their one. You can go to their one call here and make this return instead. Cool. This works. And we can do the assertion over here, but basically where this call stack ends. This function ends, and then everything else here is going to just do their thing. Honestly, I almost want to wrap this in an optional. I almost kind of prefer this, because then I can just, instead of doing this null and assertion thing, like we can just say, hey, did this fail? And if it did, we can handle it, and it's fine. What keyboard is that? It's an Ergodox Easy Zac or Sec. It's pretty good. I enjoy it. I want to bring back the IBM one of these streams, but right now we just need to get this done, dude. All right. Am I gonna do option? The only thing is that it's not gonna tell you what failed, and that's what I like. But I think for the final thing, we want to have failures of like pools to be kind of silent. Are we going to do this or not? are we gonna do this? In my mind, I feel like this shouldn't be an option, and it should just be authoritative, and failure to produce an object is just something wrong on my side. That should never happen. And these paths are not going to be called yet. This is fine. We're going to default to this case for right now. All this is fine so far. Except for one place, there's like an error here. Cool. Let's see if this recompiles. Okay, cool. You're back now. Well, let's see if it's actually the hazards are back. 1. Hey, and the coins are too. Kind of. Coins are like kind of popping in sporadically. They're behaving weird. Yeah, it's showing like as if it's like 2 coins, but they collect it as 1. Oh, or is the positioning just off? Maybe? No. This is weird. Laser assign. EV object equals laser. Okay. Assign entity equals 1. Pick up. Yeah, I'm like. Hazards. Hazard, okay. What's going on here? So within coin, we request this. If it fails, we would just return null. Things have gone bad. We could probably just throw, honestly, at that point, instead of returning null. Coin assign, set the name, place it on the board, we're good. Here, things get weird. Because you're trying to make it relative to the coin we just placed on the board. And do vector 3 just times 2, right? Oh, there's a bunch of them stacked there. We have to make it times the iterator as well, I. Gotcha. Okay, yeah, this makes sense. Okay, let's see if that fixes things. And then I'm gonna add the custom calling for the coins. Like, that's gonna be a thing they just do independently. We can flag it here. Were you not calling this entire time? Oh, Unity's weird, dude. On Linux, it's being weird. I don't get it, but it's all right. Okay. Go forward. Hazards. Hey, let's go. Now we have our coins. Nice. Okay, that was a little rare though. There was. Okay, things are falling apart now. Why are things falling apart? This was null. Oh, because we exhausted our coin pool. Yeah. So let's fix that real quick. If I ever add a Boolean. So we have to calculate this like window. I think we do something very simple like we can try doing what we did over there, or we can do like a simple radius based one that's not as precise, but it's just good enough. We're gonna have to have a update function though, which is gonna be annoying. Which I wanted to avoid in these things, but it seems like we can't avoid it here. Cool. Otherwise, we're going to do our test here. We can do something very simple like, I don't know. Character sprites. Okay, that's the animations now. We're gonna do something very gross, but it's fine. We can say like it's greater than, I don't know. Like the screen has how many meters displayed? I think like 60, 80, around there. You can do like if it's further than like 100 meters, then it returns itself to pool. And then in all these functions, the main one's gonna be false because it's gonna be driven by the main thing, but this one's gonna be true. And then over here, this is gonna be false. Okay. Bunch of coins, collect them. More failed assertions. What's going on here? This value is being null. So somehow our null value is getting in here. That is weird. It's probably due to the coins failing silently. Coin pickups. Subcoin. Assign. No, we have this assertion here though. So if this did fail. Oh, this does return null though. I should just make a version of this that just says get or throw or just unsafe requests object from pool. Or just something that where like it explicitly throws when you don't do it. I'm just using some good old-fashioned Ubuntu. Nothing fancy. Pretty normie, but hey. This machine was my first foray into the Linux world after Windows went to crap, and it's been treating me alright. I'd like to try out Arch at some point, but little moves. Maybe I'll do Catchy OS again. Okay. So some requests are failing for the coins. And that's what seems to be the case, is the coins are failing. I'm just going to allocate more. Or do we build the actual pools themselves? Okay, cool. Pickups, yeah, it's not going to cut it anymore. Yeah, definitely not. Times 16. That'd be enough to fulfill it, I think. If you for some reason decide to switch, Fedora is an excellent option. Is it really? I always hear some odd stuff about it. Or maybe I'm thinking of like Red Hat. Oh my goodness, so many coins. So many coins. Oh. We don't check if coins are gonna... They should not go into the next cell. They should only spawn for like the amount that they currently... Okay. So that's something to fix. So I guess it was just one. And I think we're going to divide this by 2. I used it in the past Debian for years. Fedora is really just Arch but stable. Some people dislike it because Red Hat runs the Fedora project, but it's an excellent distro. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. There's something that like Oracle did some bad stuff with. I don't know, but I don't trust I don't like the stuff Canonical's doing either, so we even have our own hour in a way with COPR repositories. Interesting. Yeah, hours are annoying, kind of annoying to set up, if I'm gonna be honest with you. Okay, this seems to be occupying explicitly just a section. Okay. Nice. Let's do some more with this though. So, for the coins, or for pickups, we're gonna add a sinusoidal function to it. Because why not? Why not? Do we cache the initial position anywhere? I don't think we do. Yeah, I'd give it a try actually. And then upon assignment, I'm sorry. I'm pretty sure I just created a new. Where's my variable? Yeah, initial position. Is my IntelliSense just getting worse? It's like giving up. It's weird. No, it's a position. Yeah, it's like before it was like very proactive, but now it's just not. See, like it did not want to cooperate at all during that. Gonna be initial position dot y plus math f sign, and we're gonna do, oh, I don't know, we'll just do time plus transform dot position dot x. Oh, this is gonna get gross really quickly. Yeah, then we probably have to have some kind of amplitude, or maybe 1 is good enough actually. I don't know, we can just send it like this for right now and then see how things go. Hey, what's going on, Blocks Dayo? Good to see you again, man. But nice coding. Thank you, man. You have a good one, dude. Also, what's going on, Oliver? I didn't see you there. Was just in foreign affairs? What? Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Yeah, that's yeah. The whole thing is crazy, Oliver. It's insane. But hey, glad to have you here, man. This is kind of a very different vibe than that. Hopefully, at least. I'm not seeing any coins here. That's making me very suspicious that things are going very wrong. Are they just like oscillating somewhere really far off screen? Let's check my math. That's probably really off. We're doing initial position plus math f dot sign time. Well, the amplitude should always just be either -1 or 1. That's like a difference of 1 meter. It would not appear off screen from that. We're overriding the y value of this. That's elapsed. The time at the beginning of the current frame in seconds and start of application. Okay, perfect. And we have transform dot position dot x. We're using that as an offset, which is fine. It's totally acceptable. I've done this a bunch of times. So why is this being weird? The radius bigger. This tunnel is too wide. How can I even feel like it's this wide? But I'm glad to see you, Cozy. It's always good to see you, Oliver. It's always good to see you, man. I'm not seeing the coins. What could this mean? Are there any coins being activated at all? There's one. It's doing the thing. How far away? Why are they so far away? They're like all evenly spaced, super far away from where they're supposed to be up here. It's kind of gnarly. I feel like this is bigger than 100. Yeah, that's odd. Are we assigning? On assign, we set the initial position equals transform.position, so that would be, I imagine, correct. This is weird. Because it's not like we're setting the y value to 0, we're still using the initial position. It's just that, we're applying the sign component to it. Like, oh, that's all this is essentially. But this should always be preserved. Unless, like, we're calling assign multiple times per frame. Which, that would be very weird. Not multiple times per frame, but, like, subsequent frames. That would be very weird. Init, what do you do? Yeah, you just set up a bunch of stuff. That's fine. That's our first time execution. This is, like, on when they're freshly pulled from the pool. Position equals transform that position. Okay, well, that makes sense to me. Okay, I'm struggling here, guys. I'm confused. But how about we do this? We're gonna re-import this, and hopefully that triggers like a recompilation. And maybe this time things will be better. Speed up. No coins, no exceptions, thankfully, but that's not good still, though. Yeah, I'm super confused why this is causing issues. Coins aren't appearing down there. Objects, pickups, container. Yeah, these are actively assigned, and they're on the bottom. This is very strange. Let's go into debug mode and see what's going on here. Initial position is 0. I don't understand that. That I do not understand, because we're calling assign within entity creation. What's happening here? Break. What are you doing? Break pickup? You are weird. You're not what I expect you to be. There's no need for you either. We're not doing that right now. The only thing that's supported is coins. And pick up object on board. Okay. We'll do the assignments here. This makes sense to me. And oh, we're doing this before we do place object on board. That's probably why. Okay. Meaning we have to set the transform to be in the correct position first, and then we can do assignments. Okay, that's the easy fix. Simple, just order of operations. Let's see here. Come on. Thank you. Hey, there we go. Nice. Little worms. Ring. That sounds terrible, ringworms. But hey, there they are. Is there overlap or repeated? I'm seeing like, yeah, like there's like overlaps. That's weird. Why is there multiple? What? That produces 7? That is weird. I don't know why there's so many of these here. Also, there's some that need to be like, they're supposed to be next to each other, but they're actually kind of too close together. I need to change spacing a little bit. Maybe I do need to make this be like ×2. Is definitely not a slur. Coin worms. Wait, what's going on? Oh, after your last stream? Yeah. That's wild, man. Come on. Spacing is not correct. Come on. I believe in you. You can do it. Takes a little bit. Okay, that seems more correct. It's not gonna solve that weird issue where there's like, yeah, like we got two. Okay. Maybe I should use Y as well as a... Because the amplitude is also being spread out, like the wave feels less clear and it looks more kind of like a jumbled mess. So maybe I should probably factor that into the pickups. Like have I'm gonna factor both. Transform dot position dot y together. Cool. And then we can scale time a little bit differently, or scale this factor a little differently. So if we want it to be let's try that. Come on. It looks the same. Did it regenerate? Nope, reloading domain now. Thanks, Unity. Thank you so much, dude. I'm not sure if I... Does pressing play interrupt the compiling domain thing? I really don't trust it. It was being kind of consistent and automatically completing domain, but... Now it's too subtle. It's way too subtle. Let's remove a digit. Let's see if it's better now. Okay. Okay. Coins, show me coins. Definitely more subtle. And there's differences in the Y, which is cool. I'm happy with that. You know what? Theirs is also like, we should be using the initial Y's and not the current one, because that's going to keep muddying stuff up. And then I think I want to have a little bit more, so maybe like, maybe 6 might be a good value to use. It'll be cool to have like certain patterns appear periodically of coins. Okay, this is cool now. Feels like it has a bit more character to it all of a sudden. Yeah, the overlapping thing's a bit weird, but... Geez, I'm gonna have to inflate the shop prices, because you can get a bunch of coins pretty easily in this game. It's kind of ridiculous how much right now. We're already at 200. The coinflation between this last game and this game is like insane. Maybe I should do like a little bit of a 3D effect as well. Or like not only did he oscillate on the X and Y, but also have some changes on the Z. A more subtle change on the Z, but still some change. I think that'd be pretty cool, actually. But that might be disorienting for people. Because it's communicating new information that they can't really do much with. Also, let's fix the player follower, because it's not doing the thing it's supposed to be. Why is it having an late update? It should be just on update. And overwrite X with not X. All right, let's see. All right. I'm out of drinks. I should go get some drinks. Okay, come on. Okay, cool. There's some weird oddities too, but yeah, the platform follower is not doing the thing. Where's the background? Oh, you don't have the player follower component attached to you. No wonder. What's this background scroll bar? What? What am I doing? Transform position. .x override transform position. Was this supposed to initially just use the? This is dumb. This was supposed to be something else, I guess. Or I had a different idea for it, and I just never did anything with it. Yeah, that can be removed. Yeah, goodbye. Everyone say goodbye to background scroll bar. You will not be missed. And now that that's done, as we play through the level, the background should be following us consistently. Do we see the seams at the edges? We shouldn't. I'm not seeing anything. So that's good so far. I think when the player like lets go, we should zoom in a bit further, but are we at the ceiling? Can we go? No, we can go further up. Hey, further up you go. I should do a thing where, like, when you choose a certain path, there's a probability that you can, when we generate a path, we can add something at the very end or somewhere along that path to reward, like, the player exploring instead of going just... Well, I can't go much higher here. So I'm not sure if that means that we just... that we've reached the... I might have to compress the verticality of like the levels so we can have more variety. Oh, we're going further up. Okay. Can we reach past the cloud layer? Oh. Oh, is this the end of the level though? It is. Okay. So they can reach the end of the level and just go past. Yeah, I want to have this be visible very... Like, I don't want you to have to go that far up to be able to reach that. Yeah, I think we could do that for sure. That's more like environmental stuff. We're gonna have the asset day. I'm gonna start changing some of the assets here too for like this button. In fact, I might as well just do it now. I think we have it here somewhere. Where is it? Chip activator. Button, no, you're gonna use a sprite swap. And you're gonna use... Do we have the button here? Yeah, we have these here. Okay, so we're gonna apply this preset to both of you, but we have to make you actually sprites, not just normal textures. Pixels per unit, I don't even know. And then we can go to chip activator, and then pressed. It's all gonna be normal. Let's see how that looks. Or build each by hand. How difficult is procedural generation to code? I'm doing it procedurally generated. It's pretty good. It's pretty fun to do it. It's not that crazy. Oh. That's not right. Also, you have to do a mask, now that I think about it. Oh, we have to mask this. But procedural generation isn't crazy. At least for this. Yeah, we need to be a high resolution, like 512. Okay, let's see. And then the masking thing, we're gonna have to do this. Okay, we're gonna have to do a bunch of things here. Because this does not look correct. The fact that it have to be hovered is weird and dumb. Sprite swap. We don't need text either. Or maybe we do. I don't know. Source image though, you're not gonna be. You're gonna be T button normal. And that should fix that. Yeah, the procedural generation, like it could be as complex or as simple as you want it to be. I just treated it like a random path that's being carved out of they just carved out of the level, right? Where we have a level where everything is just all this, just hazards, and then we carve out a path from one end to the other end, taking steps on the X every single iteration, but maybe they might randomly move up or down, and that dictates it. It doesn't have to be that crazy. It's not clear what your ability is here, but it looks better, at least to me. Okay, so we got the coins. I like the way they're appearing right now. We're gonna have to introduce like mega inflation to the game. The repeating sprites is kind of bothering me, if I'm gonna be honest with you. I think I kind of want to make it a more solid thing. And maybe even have it like the edges have like the repeating line, like white and black stripes, kind of indicating that speed element. This is being weird too. I need to address that. Okay, cool. So we have things mostly working, it seems like. There's an index out of range exception happening somewhere. No, I'm not going to do that, Obi. But what I think I want to do is randomize the initial animation starting index. I think that's the next thing I want to do for that. Yeah, rotation is going to be just, I don't know, it's going to bother me. It's going to absolutely bother me because it's going to be rotating in weird ways. Like, I want all the sprites to be presented in the correct, like in the rigid orientation they were meant to be viewed at. I think we can take like the transform X world position and then use that to factor into the offset the same way we were doing with the sign offsets for the coins. And I think that would work good. We'd have to fine tune it though. Yeah, I do actually have another CRT that I mostly just use for playing games. But this one I used to play some games on it, but right now I'm just using it for work and honestly. Plus Vive to play games. Yeah, like I remember playing Warframe a long time ago on this, and that was pretty fun. Before they repeat, I imagine they're too small. It's easy to notice a pattern repeating. I mean, it's not a big deal, especially the faster you go. Like, I think we're looking for the feeling of speed. But I'm planning on making some new assets. These are like repurposed ones from the original game, just to get a feel of like this tiling background thing that we have going on here. But I have some new ones I want to try using. I'm gonna have to play around with the concept of like background scale, because there's going to be elements that should be... In fact, maybe I should just bring it into this one right now. We're gonna have a art stream day. That's gonna have to happen. But yeah, we're gonna have to do that. There's I'll grab it later. Let me fix some stuff though in the main menu, because I also want to test out with faster vehicle, but we can't currently assign a faster vehicle because we broke stuff, sadly. Well, maybe not sadly, but I just wanted to have some physical buttons. Are you still using that? It was pretty intuitive. I got rid of it because people found it... The people I had play the game and test it felt it was disorienting. And it's also just kind of doesn't make sense in terms of like the player's position, orientation relative to the world. Like it's... I think I have to use... If I'm going to use that, I would make a separate, entirely different game based off of that. Like I think I might use the branch I just left and maybe make another game using this, but just have the game be entirely designed around that mechanic as opposed to this design we have going on here. I think I might revisit it. I think that might be the way to go. Using my past videos for sleep ambience. I'm glad to hear that, dude. That's the goal here, is just something chill and relax, just for people to enjoy while I'm struggling out here fighting just to finish a game. I want y'all to just be chilling. Let's see here. Canvas. Yeah, okay, we have a separate thing called controls, and that's where we're gonna move this to. I'm gonna force myself to do an art stream soon. We'll see. Controls. Okay, we have shop view, and we can hook up arrow, middle, down, and we should be able to actually use this now. Same. I will sometimes fall asleep to streams too. They're very nice background noise. I always enjoy the technical videos to fall asleep too. Yeah, sometimes I do that as well. Hey, and now it's working. Oh no, they're having the same issue we had with the cans where they're all sharing one thing. Okay, I can fix that, maybe. Okay, so they're all self-referential, which means world button, raycast test, and hit info collider game object equals game object. Okay, well that's a new fun weird bug. Target equals initial, set target, button is being hovered. Maybe the logic has to do with here. So target equals initial. So if it's being hovered, we're going to do initial plus hover offset. If it's pressed this frame, we're going to set target to initial plus press offset. And then target transform local position. Slurp, target speed. Okay. Okay. So there's some funny, weird. What's happening here that's causing them all to be in unison? It's either has to do it's not due to the object reference, then it's due to one of these two components. How are we getting our target? Button get world button initial target a certain null target. Okay, so we actually define a target, and that's, yeah, cool. So these are all correct. Box collider. This also has a collider. Wait, what's going on here? But you are the world interactable, otherwise known as Wisconsin. So no, we haven't modified anything. Oh my goodness, Unity. You update when I don't want you to update, and then you don't when I need you to. Okay, so you have the world. This has the correct thing. This has the collider that's listening for. And then you have this whole is pressed this frame. Update recast test process input. So do the recast test. And it's gotta be failing somewhere here because all of them are being updated together. Ray goes me. Okay, yeah. Origin, direction, hit information, max distance. We're using the world interactable layer mask. Query trigger, interaction. We collide with triggers. And then if this collision is like happens and we hit the same game object as us, then we do this whole notification process. This is so strange because it works for the cans individually. It's not working for this, and that's where things are getting weird. That's where I feel odd. What's going on here? Insert it horizontally like a platformer mining game. Yeah, Parker. I'm thinking like the game that uses the rotation thing. I'm gonna have the game be a vertical oriented game, and you're gonna be looking from the top of like a vehicle or whoever who's navigating and dealing with that. Or honestly, like the level generation algorithm, like we can repurpose it for a bunch of different types of genres of games too. So there's a lot of power there. Do you use Perlin noise as your main noise algorithm aside from math.random? I just use math.random. Actually, I have a thread safe version of it, of math.random, but it's essentially the same thing. We're not using Perlin noise for that. Looks like FNAF in your code. I know. Yeah, you can't win. It's either F and F, and it's like Friday Night Funkin', or FNAF. Like, I can't escape it. I'm resigned to this fate of terrible SAO. I have to change the name again because it's Radial Rush makes no sense now because we're not rotating around a column. That's not happening anymore. So I don't know what we're gonna do. World button. Target dot transformed on local position. What's going on here? World button. Well, let me look at the spray cans. What are they doing differently that I'm not? Yeah, they don't even have rigid bodies on them. Okay. That's for starters. The visuals don't have a collider on them either. So like all these don't need a box collider. I wonder if that's causing problems, potentially. I don't know how that would cause a false positive for all of them, though. That's a bit weird. Well, the child is meant to only be handling rendering. Do you know how to use Perlinoise? It's really cool. Yeah, I've seen stuff with it. There's other applications where you use it for like graphic stuff. I know for like water shaders I've done it before. For this application, for the way I'm doing the random generation of levels, it's not really applicable for what I want to do. It is cool though. Cool. All of them are activating in unison. This is working correctly. Oddly enough, these are not. Oh, this is. This one's not. Are the buttons in like is the? I wonder, because these are working correctly. Oh, everything I interact with, any place on the canvas is triggering this. Okay, that's an important clue. So there's some kind of thing that is like it doesn't matter if because I'm clicking on those, but if I click somewhere else that's not a target whatsoever, does it trigger that? Yes, it is. So it's as if there's like one big world collision box, which is strange. None of the parents here have that. You don't have that. The canvas, we can disable it, I think. Oh, that contains all the visual stuff though. Yeah, we need to get rid of the button and controls. The view is still important. This is where the mock-up is, or the background is. Okay, where's the mock-up? Because we have like this little sketch here that we don't want to have. What's going on, Kagi? Kagi? Did you know that I use a search engine called Kagi, and it's the greatest thing ever? It's fantastic. It's great. Not to say that, you know, your name is cool because of this, but it's just a cool connection for me. And now I'm gonna remember you for this. What's up? Gonna throw you on the side monitor while I study. Let's go, dude. Bruh, ha ha ha. You go do your studying, man. You get at it. No way. Yeah, they're Yahweh. Uh-huh. It's pretty rad. I like it. I use it a lot. It's like so good. Yeah. Yeah, we got horizontal streams popping off today, guys. Wisconsin cheese mentioned. It's a big cheese game. Should be also be an alliteration like Radial Rush. Yeah, I like the alliteration route. I don't know. What do you think? I'm not a marketing man. So as long as the game is not something really dumb, I'm probably gonna be fine with it. Can I make my IntelliJ like yours? You can. And hand cam's right here. What are you talking about? Look at the bottom of the stream. You got hands right here. Are we allowed to beef with the horizontal stream if you so choose? I don't think there's much to beef though. I think everyone's just chilling. But yes, you have a license to, I guess, wage war and try to conquer. No, you're good, Nicholas. Yeah, you can make IntelliJ like mine. The only special thing I have going on is I'm using Idea Vim to have the Vim motions things, but that's about it. You could use Perlin noise for nth dimensional data, like you could use it to generate a set of matrices for each position in 3D. That's pretty cool. What camera do you use? Or is the lighting stuff is dope? Thank you, man. I'm using a Nikon D3300. I think that's pretty sure what it is. But a lot of this is lighting. Like, I'm very particular about lighting, so if it doesn't look good, like I have like a bunch of different light sources here. So there's like one, like if I turn off like the lights, you start seeing drastic changes in how, in the vibe. And now I'm just like this is how I like to work usually, but I kind of feel like this is the gremlin mode. This is, hey, we're gonna be gremlins today. I'm actually in the basement, and we're just gonna just truck through this. But it makes a big difference. Now it's visible again. About the theme, I use Grovebox. Self-taught, kind of. I mean, most of the learning is kind of there. I think I learned the most at my current job. I got. It's not like good mentors, but it's also like very specific problems you're thrown at, and you either sink or swim. I think that's been very, very helpful and informative for me. Have a very neat setup. Thank you, Cornelius. And thank you, Cag. Yeah, I'm glad you dig the setup. Madcap Moto, Top Speed Turbo, Diesel Dash. Those are good names. Diesel Dash. I want to do this, but it looks so overwhelming to get into. You just could start. I mean, I started like just downloading GameMaker and using drag and drop. Like you start at that skill tree and you just start moving up when you feel comfortable. Here's the coolest thing, like when you're doing this for fun, you don't really have anyone to compare yourself to. Now that I'm like a professional and I'm exposed to like really smart people and stuff, like I know where things are and where my knowledge gaps exist, and like, you know, there's like, even if I don't say it explicitly, but there's kind of a mental like plan already of what I want to learn, or what should I learn, or what should I tackle, or whatnot. But I think it's super fun in the early days where you're just kind of having these different realizations on your own. I think that's like super duper fun. Like, it might seem like the most trivial thing to other people, but to you it's like a breakthrough, and it's cool and special because you found a cool application to use it in your project, and it's like fantastic. Does the spray cans do anything different? I don't think they are. We're doing this. Do I have to do a compliment? No, but then that would that would have been. That wouldn't have worked for the spray cans. Because they're using the same component, I believe. Like if I look at this, if we look at the spray cans, they have the world button component attached to them. They have box, and they have Wisconsin on them. But yeah, so like that should be fine. Are you also Wisconsin down here? Okay, you guys are all Wisconsin. Wow. Okay, so let's make you all Wisconsin. Wisconsin. Yes, to change children as well. Yes, change children. Everyone's Wisconsin today. Okay. That's one part of it. Can we see the game progress? I mean, I'm not sure how much I can even show right now because it's kind of broken. I've done some big bad things to it. Is better in my opinion. Deadlines and not having control over what you want to learn is not worth it. I mean, yeah, for school it's terrible, especially because like most of the curriculum is not structured around actual utility. I like most of the valuable things I have learned have been from mostly personal stuff or I don't know, or work especially. But I think it's very different. Because one thing if you have like learning, yeah, deadlines are not going to be good, right? But there's something about having external pressures that just makes you achieve something you normally wouldn't have done on your own. Like that's been my experience, at least to a certain degree. Not even like, but I guess like the pressure isn't necessarily like, oh, they're gonna be mad at me if I don't do this, but rather like, hey, you know, they actually depend on me on this. There's ramifications if I don't get this done. And also I don't want to let people down. Like, I don't think I'm gonna get chewed out if I fail at this, but like I don't want to let my team down because I see that they're also dealing with whatever other stuff. So, and then there's of course the thing we talked about earlier in the stream where it's like there's certain things that you don't try tackling because you go, I don't know enough about it to deal with it, right? And this scenario I've keep coming across professionally is that they would I would get assigned or you know thrown at projects with things that are completely outside of my skill set, and you just have to learn. You either do or you don't. And it's cool because then you kind of realize, oh, I can do much more than I thought I could, and I wouldn't have tackled it with the same kind of ferocity had these factors not exist. And then there's also like just tackling things that are very specific in context. Like you can be in a classroom and they can tell you about different principles, like even like object-oriented stuff, right? Like, as for example, right? Like you can explain and learn what an interface is and implement it in a toy example that they have. But like it's a very different kind of understanding of that's a different understanding versus one where, hey, you're working on a project, you're architecting a solution, and like what you're dealing with seems to match that pattern perfectly. And you know, maybe it takes someone to explain it, to like point that out to you, or maybe it's just, you know, something you come to your own conclusion on, but that sticks and that makes sense. Whereas like classroom toy examples are not really great because there's no real context to it, so you don't understand why you need to do things, or what's the why is never clear for those things because there's not really a why beyond just, hey, this is meant to just be an example. Like I know when I used to meet my students or like do mentorships, that's the thing I would do. Like I'd bring a more specific game example to explain some of these ideas that maybe they've heard before but never knew how to apply. Just because I don't know how to do it right now doesn't mean I can't do it. Yep, it's super. And I wish I learned that way sooner, Cornelius. Making a game, Rahul. Yeah, they are pricey. But you can find PDFs, yeah. I like having physical books. But honestly, a lot of the stuff I've learned comes from, can be found like online. And then there's some things where it's like you've seen those principles of reusable object-oriented code, that book, right? And it gives you some ideas about different structures that exist, but then like, you know, there's some complex stuff you might come across, and you know, nothing in that book's gonna allow you to do that. So what do? You can try inventing your own, and that's usually what I do, or you can find stuff online and you'll find some interesting stuff that, you know, can solve a problem that you might be facing. I know one I had to deal with, it was like one called the curiously recursive, what was it, class or generic or something like that. It's a very odd thing and very specific. But it fit the case in that scenario. Yeah, I just gotta dive in. Yeah, exactly. That's why I like the job thing, because it's like, I remember I pulled up to a Monday stand up, and they're like, hey, everyone does their updates, whatever. And then midway through, they're like, oh yeah, by the way, we're gonna add a online networked multi-user for our application that isn't online networked at all and doesn't support multiple users. Yeah, we're gonna do that, and we're gonna have something to show to the investor, a very key stakeholder. So yeah, hey Cozy, you're gonna do that. Yeah, and we're aiming for like 2 weeks from now. So try to get a good viable proof of concept to show them. And I was like, oh, geez. That's okay. I guess we're gonna just dive into it and figure out what netcode infrastructure may partially exist and what remains to make it functional. But hey, like, you know, that was like a super scary thing, but once you have that determination that this is a thing that needs to be done, it's amazing how you can just dive deep into it and just get in there. It's amazing. I mean, people are different. Like, I think for me, I kind of like pressure situations. I mean, that's why I used to like going to game jams a bunch, because game jams are like a very ultra pressure situation. But is there something else with this world tag that's tagged as UI? I find it so strange that the spray cans work, and they do that. It's the same exact logic. They're using the same exact component, right? And yet these buttons don't. That is what's confusing me quite a bit. Use just books, but I do use YouTube for most of the learning. Yeah, I mean, books are cool. Honestly, contemplating taking just a beginner programming class in my college just to get more of a feel for it. Yeah, there's some things I learned from I think my Intro to C class is very helpful. I mean, I skipped most of it because I already knew like a lot of foundations of programming, but there's some very specific C stuff that I wouldn't have learned had I not gone there. Like the way C terminates strings and stuff like that. Yeah, it can help out fill in those gaps. I think formalized education is best when it's like bringing the unknowns to the making known unknowns for you. And I think from there, the fun part, the best way of learning is you trying to actually apply those known unknowns to bring it into the known category. Am I making sense? But like that's the idea. Because once I know I don't know a certain idea, then like I'm totally fine to try tackling and learning it on my own and apply it in a project or something. But when courses are focused on doing that part for you, I mean, I don't know. I mean, coding is very different. This is math, and no, I definitely need a bit more assistance with making that transition, but okay, world button visual. Are these triggers? No, they're not. They're all solid colliders. Interesting. There's not like a root parent or anything. I wish I can look based off of a tag to see if there's anything in the environment with a particular tag. There's no overrides. Size is in normal value range. These vector offsets are fine. They make perfect sense. Edit collider is trigger. And the bounding box seems to align perfectly fine with it. Categories is a default value. Stop, leave me alone. I want to just work. I'm trying to see stuff. I feel like I need to regenerate the project because like this is not working as expected. Wait, why do I have multiple rider instances open? Is that why it's being weird? Because I have multiple riders open? Okay. And then your layer 10, correct, perfect. The layer mask is this. I don't think we have to do the complement of it. So I think this is fine as is. We don't have to even do this query trigger interaction thing because we're not even testing against triggers. It doesn't make a big difference though. We're comparing against this, and it should be the same thing. This component's attached to the same object that has the collider attached onto it. Raycast test. Game pointer pressed. Started this frame, last input performed. If it's being hovered, we're going to do the on press event and mark that as true. Interesting. We have this started this frame and marking this as press this frame true. But then we're marking this as true here, and that's not correct. I think we only want to do it in this scenario. I'm not sure why it would cause all of them to be, because this is a per instance value, and it still hinges upon. Nope. Oh, but that did fix this, which is strange. I'm not sure what. Oh my goodness. Okay, I think we have things messed up a little bit though. Yeah, I don't know why the back one isn't disappearing. But hey, that seems to be the bug. We have to change the order of the spraying cans, but that's fine. And then we can change to the Raptor. Yeah, the order is wrong for these. We could fix that though. So let's see how the game goes when we go faster. Okay, we can go. I could react to it. We're gonna change the tilt because the zoom out and tilt is. Now that we have the lower step for per cell, like things are gonna be significantly more reactable. We don't need this angle change, or at least not as drastic of an angle change. Also, there's like not much obstacles, so I don't know what's going on there. Yeah, I know, Obi. Let's see what's going on here. This helps us see other points of views on it and how to explain things. Formalized education helps fill in caps. Yep. Playing it. Nobody Saves the World is such a good game. I've never heard of that. I'll give it a peep though. Like a grandpa with 40 tabs open. What are you talking about? Let me first fix this. Actually, no, I think I intentionally moved this because I want the direction to be, yeah, and then confirmation to be a thing you do, like, clearly separately from all this other stuff. Okay. Beyond these ugly green stuff, let's change the camera. Create whiteout cam. The constants, here we go. Max FOV, max distance. What about rotation? Where do we handle rotation? Y angle, there we go. Yeah, 30 at most. Oh, could I not press the button? Why is this not recastable? Oh, because I changed the child, not the parent. Whoopsie. $30 degrees is still sizable. Still feels like too much. I think maybe like a 5-degree angle change. Maybe 8. And FOV doesn't have to increase as much either. It could be like more so like 5. And then the max distance. The min distance, like, I just need to evaluate this out. But yeah, it doesn't have to be that further out. Even do like 70. Does this recompile? I don't think it recompiled. I'm still seeing the same exact behavior. Okay. Interesting. I don't know why it's okay. It's going to center because we're not doing the rotation anymore. That's crazy that I was almost kind of able to react to it. Yeah, no. Y offset or X offset, we're not going to do that. Or maybe just very minimal. But nothing that crazy. Maybe I'll increase the zoom out range a little bit more though. I'm liking this though. This feels better. Yeah, is there jank? Yes, of course, but... Oh, did it not recompile? Come on. I believe in you. You can do this. Baby steps. We'll get there. Little by little. It's all gonna add up.
Yeah. Maybe I might add a little bit more rotation. I might make everything billboard, but that sounds like so much more extra process. Yeah, it's not that big. We have the view culling thing for a reason, so it's not gonna be that many instances. Oh, but it's not gonna work for the long segments. Okay, yeah, we can't do that. Never mind. Never mind. Maybe do like 8. Something small. Field of view, max, min, angle. We support like 8. I'll make it 10. Okay. Reloading. Press play. Okay, so significantly faster vehicle. You can barely react to this stuff with how fast we're going. Yeah, and those obstacles. Yeah, they're significant. Yeah. Can't really react to that, dude. Either I should get rid of, I might even just get rid of the hazards entirely, dude. And I'd rather just keep, or not, like the laser beams. Like, I don't want to have things that are very contextual to the environment. But like, I'd rather, like, you can't react to that. I want to encourage going faster, which is why we're having these longer stretches. And per cell, like we made the cells longer so that changes seems incremental and you can actually respond to it reasonably well. Like I wouldn't be able to go this fast for a prolonged period of time before. But the laser beams are really hampering this speed thing that we have going on. And to change the angle would be like a big annoyance. That's just a starting thing. We can fix that. But yeah, no, that one came out. Okay, there's some stuff I can't really I can't react to here. I don't know, maybe there's just a fundamental flaw of the game. This type of viewing is just not gonna work for this type of game. That's what I'm starting to realize. Like, there's a limit to how fast you can make it before players can't even react to anything. I guess you use like the phase shift thing, but even then, like, you're just gonna be using it preemptively. You're not gonna be able to react to things like this. Or maybe this is fine. Like, if you choose to use this engine, you're agreeing, like, hey, this is gonna be really fast, and either I can hang or I can't hang. If you're going slower, this is fine. But yeah, see that? Like, that's so lame. Now this is speed. I'm also thinking about doing a rad racer kind of countdown timer type thing. Maybe we can do alerts. So when like something up ahead is coming into view, you can at least try to react to it, or at least slow down so you can react to it. But I think that might be what we have to do if we want to keep this hazard thing in. So it's still something you can react to, but we don't simplify gameplay. An upgrade for a warning indicator Parker. That sounds cool, actually. Maybe that could be something maybe that's actually something we keep. I was thinking about just having it in there, but maybe that's something they can just upgrade. I don't know. The hover event's not working. Or it is, it's just very subtle. So it's a much slower vehicle now. I don't know why this is like glitched out right now. That's weird. And it's just stuck there now. I don't know. Yep, we could totally react to all this. I think this change though of making the cell length smaller is the way to go. I think this for sure was the way to go. Because now we can actually play the faster thing and it feels kind of actually fun. It actually feels good. I'm not sure if I want to keep these spikes though. I don't know. You guys have any ideas for this? The repetition kind of bothers me. I mean, we can kind of do some variations, but like, I don't know. Maybe we can make an actual proper tiles. Maybe that might be the way we go. So like we can have different infrastructure, so like it feels like corridors or something. The thing is though, the way we're doing this cell thing is not gonna be conducive for that. Like we're not gonna be able to have nice edges. Oh. What went wrong there? That was weird. So what's going on here? A bunch of missing reference exceptions for pickups. Okay. For CC sprite render. I guess when we delete it, there's still things that are trying to call on it. That's not a big deal. I could just catch that. Spray can is not happy though. At line 20, you're not happy. Interesting. Is there one that's just missing? Maybe I have an up. Yeah. I'm a student, sir. Can you please give me advice? Which, add challenge of not having the indicator. That's true. That's a true point, Parker.
As for the coding thing, I really don't know what to say, man. Aside from just don't think you're too dumb to try it. Try different things. I think that's what hampered my ability and growth. I think if you don't know how to do a thing, or if you know that you're going to do it wrong because you don't have the knowledge, that's okay. Just dive into it, and you're going to learn far more by doing it incorrectly or searching on how to do it than not doing it at all. I think that's a major advice. And then beyond that, you know, there's some basic syllabus stuff that, like, if you go through a university or something, they would probably cover for you. Like, you should probably learn some low-level stuff. Learn C. Understand what makes performant code and fast code. You're gonna have to learn. You learn on a statically typed language. Pick up a statically typed language. Learn it. It's gonna be good for you. And then there's some things you have to learn, like object-oriented programming, even though it's not great and terrible in a lot of different applications, and it's still the lingua franca of the industry. A lot of things are built around it, and if you end up getting a job somewhere, you're probably gonna have to interact with it at some level. So best to know it. But you're still trying to access it. Yeah, it's all in the pickup. So we have to reject these instances. Okay. So we got that. That should cover that. I don't know what's causing the failure of the chip, though, the chip ability. That is strange to me. Index out of range exception. A 450. Get index. Why are you wrong? Do you have to clamp? We probably have to clamp certain things. Like, yeah, we're doing floor to int, y chord world position divided by board cell height. Wait, what? 450. So you're calling get index from the world position thing. Then based off this coordinate, we're doing to index. And this is going to do some set of mathematical operations on it. Oh, we don't multiply by game board manager dot. No, we don't. We don't do that. That's fine. We don't have to do that. This is correct. This is, yeah. Chord X and chord Y. So what do we do if we have values that are outside the range or exceed our range? Mark entity as dead, and that's why that's failing. So I guess we could just check to see if it's outside of range of index is less than 0 or index is greater than game board, or actually just model dot length. Turn, you're not going to do anything. That's good.
I'm happy with this so far, though. Like, I think it's actually... There's moments where I kind of freak out internally, because I'm like, alright, this is a terrible game, and I'm wasting my time. But there's something that's kind of occasionally kind of fun about it. I'm like, alright, maybe this isn't a waste of my time. Maybe this is for something. Maybe we can make something that's actually kind of cool. And the fact that we can just blaze like this. Yeah, we have to do an indicator though. Or, I don't know. Or maybe like have something special to indicate junction points. So that you can, I mean, yeah, for hazards, yeah, but we also have to, that's like different than hazards. Oh my goodness. Yeah, dude, I'm honestly kind of getting excited. This is pretty sick, dude. Like, once you find a wall that you can kind of reliably stick to, you can actually react to the changes that happen. And you don't have to worry about, like... The only thing is it kind of disincentivizes exploration, because once you're out in the open, something like that can just pop up. I mean, I guess you can still react to it, though. And if you're out in the open, you can just kind of slow down a bit to kind of get a feel. That's pretty cool, though. God of War, probably not. I mean, the technical aspects of it, probably, especially not nowadays, but as far as assets and all that stuff, that's a whole different ball game. What's going on, Minette? Yeah, I think it's been a bit since I've... Yeah, it's been a while, man. I'm doing good, dude. We're getting through it. Now I'm realizing that your name is Mind Test, but I recognize your icon. Yeah, we're just going through it. More changes to the game. I've done some significant changes to it, but I think it's important to listen to what people say when they test it and play it out. Like, it's important to listen to feedback, as well as like not only feedback, but also just reassessing the vision for the game and making it consistent with that. We had to go through a little bit of that, but I think it's worth it, and I think this is starting to produce something better. Shop view. Shop view. We have this whole stuff oriented here. But if I move this around, like, the world is not built around it, so I have to actually move things around so everything can be under shop view. Like, these spray cans should probably be under shop view. And the vehicle and that, yeah, shop view as well. So now we can move and everything is consistent. The only thing I need to keep is the camera target. Where is the camera target? Let's move it into here. So now if I move this around, rotate it, so it could be like facing, I don't know, the outside. We don't have to move everything individually. Yeah, hopefully you're doing well, Mind Test. Yeah, the quaternion lerping thing is just being so stupid over here. I don't know why it's being done like that. Actually, I like this lighting a lot more. It's like highlighting the bike. Cool, and then we can change the color and spray paints. I think you need to move the spray cans to be a more organized place, but that's pretty sick. I don't know why the Raptor is still visible in the background, or the other hull is still visible there, but this is getting there, man. This is getting there. Oops, whoopsie. Yeah, we need to change this. We have to have multi-layered vehicle stuff. I don't know how we're gonna handle it though, but that's what we need to do. Yeah, those hazards suck. I'm gonna have to do something about it. I'm gonna make the vehicle sizes bigger too for the sprites. Dude, I'm just getting bopped by these. It's getting better though, man. Doing great. So last time I was in chat, Unity just kind of gave out on me. I can't run the game anymore for some reason. That sucks. But other than that, I'm doing great. It's just because it became my birthday about 25 minutes. Happy birthday, dude. Congratulations. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Mind Test. Happy birthday to you. Congratulations, man. To another year, dog. Big hearts in here, dude. Let me find the YouTube's emotes suck. I gotta say. But hey, here you go. Maybe an upgrade where there's a weapon that automatically blows up the obstacles, obviously on cooldown or some kind. Yeah, that might be cool. That might be the way to go. I'm liking this change here, though. Oh, you know what might be causing this weird issue with the canvas? It's not Quaternions. It's actually a me problem, I think. And it has to do with the fact that cameras look at where... I think they're looking at where they're going to, as opposed to, like, their final orientation. That's post-process. No. Where is it? Camera control. If I'm not mistaken, though, the way this works: set targets, look target, and camera position. So in garage view, okay, I think we're onto something here. Home target and look target. So this is finding the world space position, and the camera's physically looking at it. So when it gets there, it's finally looking the correct way, but on the way there, it's not doing that. So we need to change this to be, instead of like an absolute position look thing, to instead be a relative one. Gosh, there's just like so much modes we have to set. here. I need to refactor this because I hate the way this camera controller works. Guns in the car. I don't know. I really want to keep this more focused on obstacles as opposed to combat. I'll be celebrating with my family in like 14 hours from now at the bowling rink in my town. Let's go. That sounds sick. That sounds like a good time. I'm using Rider as my editor, and I'm using Ubuntu as my operating system. We need to introduce some more stateful information to this, which sucks. I have this like, why is this? This is set up in such a weird way. Let's actually make this sane. Let's go here. Like, I get this is all related to like the command stack stuff, but we need to do this correctly. Start targets. Yeah, no. I don't like this look target thing. It's cool for Messy Mansion where you have like the rotation is arbitrary, but we want the camera to be looking at a particular thing. But now we want to have something very specific where it's like we need to have another mode. Direct lerp static. Yeah, this needs to be more robust. So we're gonna have this new look mode thing. What is it called? E-look mode. Okay. I don't know. This is public, so I don't know why we have these functions that wrap it. That seems really dumb. Oh, I guess because I want to be able to set it in the inspector. Yeah, I don't know. This is dumb. So we have look target. I don't know. Look or relative. Look rotation feels so. I guess you have to name this look target position. And then this is look rotation. And depending on how we go about things. So like we have this update, and then we have this late update, and it handles these different things. There's direct follow and there's lerp follow. We're using lerp follow 99% of the time. So here, there's where things change. Look rotation. That's going to be an absolute. Relative is we're going to use. Yeah, we're not going to do this relative business. We're going to just use look rotation. And it's going to lerp to that. Cool. That should be good enough, actually. And then yeah, I'm not sure if I guess we have to have wrapper functions for this stuff, but and that's what we're going to use. And that should be simpler. What's going on here? The frustration part seems to come from when the player character enters a narrow area and the obstacle takes up 3/4 of the path. Maybe a function that stops obstacles from spawning in that parameter. That could be a good simple test to do. Like every time we spawn something, we can test horizontal, like vertically, to see how much clearance there is, and there's not much clearance, we can remove it. Or maybe make it like a single pixel thing, or maybe just not spawn it at all. I don't know. Good luck with the game. I hope my suggestions haven't come off as rude. No, I appreciate it, Parker. I think if there's someone who's presented some good feedback in a way that doesn't feel like that, it has been you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Parker. I'm definitely considering it. I think a lot of what you said, it actually makes a lot of sense to me. Yeah, I'm coding on a CRT, like a real physical, actual CRT. It's the real deal, man. Can I lower brightness a little bit? Yeah, I'm gonna lower brightness a little bit. Get some rest in my eyes. Seems a little too bright on camera as well. And this seems to match reality a bit better. Same, just installed CatchyOS. Let's go, Jose. Actually, I used CatchyOS on my laptop for a while. I enjoyed it. I eventually switched to Mint just for some other random reasons, but I kind of want to try going back to Catchy at some point. Get that 90s grunge factor. Yeah, buddy. Ultra 90s. So we set our... Cool, so let's go to our garage view. And this becomes more simplified. Because, like, I think in general, we're going to set our camera... Do we have the camera here? Yeah, camera controller. Set camera mode. Oh, I think you actually have to manually set here. Set look mode equal to relative. And instead of doing this whole business of like doing all this math and then making it relative to a position in front of this, now we're just gonna actually just use the vector, the transform vector for that, and it's just gonna work great. And then set targets. This is not even a good function because it's assuming a particular thing. It's assuming that we're doing an absolute. In fact, we should rename it to be like set absolute target. This is terrible. In fact, this is like doing more things than it's supposed to be doing. These should be explicit separate things. Because this has a baked-in assumption about the cam position. I mean, we have set look rotation already. So we just have to have a set target. Or actually maybe just explicitly say, hey, we're not going to deal with the look target. Like, you have to call the appropriate... I don't know. Because if you're dealing with absolute targets, you want to be able to set them both, right? But... set... Yeah, like, I think it's just a combinatoric thing. I think we should just have something that sets look rotation and something that sets the yeah, we're gonna clean this up better. I think what I'm gonna do is just comment out this section, and everywhere where there's errors, it just means that I need to split this up into 2 function calls. That's essentially what it has to become. So every single time we just have to do that. And this just simply becomes this. So still 4 lines, but it's more clear what they're doing. Doesn't stress your eyes. It's fine for me. PC specs, here you guys go. Here's my system specs. But yeah, it's just fun. CRTs are cool. I enjoy them. They're a good time, man. Good times. Oh, it's almost 1 a.m. Dude, how long have I been going? It's only been almost 4 hours. Wow. Well, let's fix the final usage here. Okay, cool. I think that's all the API changes we have in the project. So let's try recompiling and then see if this still does that weird crazy flip. Yo man, it's been frequent I stumble on your on you, mate. Good stuff. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, little by little, we're chipping away at the game. And eventually, one of these days, I'll be able to release it. And it's going to be good. It's going to be a great time. Oh, look at that. See that? No crazy camera flip. She just works. Oh, that's a great day right there, dude. Oh, yeah. That works super good. I'm actually very happy with that. You have to fix that, but that's okay. Nice. Let's go. And then I'm gonna set like some kind of rule against having these. I think the whole game I want to be focused on just this feeling of going fast. And I want to get rid of any. Either provide mechanisms for you to overcome dumb stuff like the hazards appearing at an unreactable when you're going too fast to react to it. Or just, you know, remove it entirely. Like I think I really want you to be able to focus on just, hey, can I deal with the environment? Like, I think the thing I want to focus on is just fast movement, cool environment, and then some amount of customizability for you. Something I've been neglecting has been the just cosmetics. Like, you can customize the ship, but I think customizing your character might be cool as well. That seems like that's like a big stretch. Boom, right collision there. Brother. All right. Oh, what's going on here? Gives indicators for rockets that are about to come off from the screen. Yeah, that's one of the ideas. Shaders work on something that is a pain in my rear lately. I love shaders, dude. They're my favorite. Heck, like all the lighting for this game. I mean, it's not obvious here, but there's actually some lighting that's going on, and the lighting is entirely written in my own lighting pipeline, and not here. I have to get up early, and it's already 12:49. So I answer some questions now before we pop off with the stream for today. Signed distance fields, boy, do I have experience with that. It's a big thing I have to kind of deal with. But yeah, signed distance fields are a thing. I mean, it depends on what you're doing. Are you like... Well, if you're saying shader stuff, then it seems like you're more... I don't think you're dealing with mesh generation. Because what I've seen is like 3D fields of signed distance values used for generating 3D mesh geometry. But you can also do stuff like that in like for 2D effects and shaders too. Call it a day. Good night, man. You have a good one, TST. Take care, man. I'm working on a 2D tank game with 3D effect using SDS. Interesting. So I'm doing mesh stuff in 2D. Gotcha. Okay, sick. So what, you're generating mesh based off of a signed distance field? There's a bunch of cool stuff you can do with it. You can do a cool thing where like you linearly interpolate between, like you have two signed distance fields, one for like one type of shape and then another of another type, and then you can linear interpolate between, you can interpolate between them, and then you have this smooth transition between shape A and shape B. That's pretty fun to do. Gosh, man. I'm light implying 3D volume with a shadow-like drop-down. Gotcha, a shadow-like drop-down. Let me commit my work before we call it a night, though. 1 second, before I forget. CD... Let's do a Ranger. No, not refactor time. It's gonna be in what branch are we on? I forgot we're... back. Return to 2D, okay. Push, return to 2D. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, some complex threshold-based Boolean math. Okay, like a drop-down shadow, but not actually a shadow. If you saw it, you'd understand it. Yeah, I think I'd have to see it a bit better to understand what you mean. A drop-down shadow. I guess if you have complex shapes, you would want to have something that matches the contours of it. I guess I have to see what you're achieving currently. I was gonna say trying to, but it seems like you already kind of, for the most part, achieved it. That reminds, because this reminds me of something I did a while ago, a long while ago. For a similar, maybe it's the same kind of effect you're talking about, but instead of for drop-down shadows, I use this for generating ripples in water where geometry is intersecting it. If I can find it. Maybe it's in the other one. Let me see if I can find it. But that might be something that's really applicable, or the closest applicable thing to what you're describing. Here we go. We had a whole thing where like we have geometry. No, this is the doing the shield effect. No, I want to look at the water effect. Here we go. This is a crappy version of it. But basically anytime geometry intersects, it produces I mean, it's not actually a signed distance field. You can use it, you can calculate it. It was just, I can achieve a better result by just blending, having like a bilinear blending for like a significantly lower performance cost, and it still worked reasonably well. But there's an iteration that did do that. Yeah. So I'd be, is that similar at all to what you're kind of describing? This is
Yeah. Well, no, because you said you're doing mesh generation. This is not doing mesh generation at all. This is purely on the on a fragment shader. I mean, it generates a texture with the geometry, like creating lines for, like projecting the geometry, or it finds the things that are intersecting and then it draws the lines and then into that texture, and then from there you set the filtering and then upload it to the shader, and then it does this effect. An off-topic channel? Okay, I'll have to give it a look then. I don't need to generate a mesh if I use a big enough one. Yeah, that's exactly the idea, right? Like, as long as you have one that encapsulates everything and you can do the transformations as need be, then like you can avoid that whole headache of like mesh gen. I mean, 2D is not as bad though. It's not bad, but yeah, it's a thing. And it seems like it's something, yeah, it seems like something that's more of a not as critical. Like, it's not a mechanical thing. It's, oh, there's gotta be some ways of doing it. Or I wonder if you can do like something with a depth map to achieve the effect you're looking for. Or like if you find I feel like there might be a way to achieve a drop down shadow effect using depth maps. Is there a way to do that? It would produce like a halo effect. You don't want to have that. You want to have a way of rejecting like there might be a way to do it using depth maps. You'd have to make it a screen space shading thing though. Like that, you have to create a stage in your pipeline where you do this post processing on it. But that'd be the way you do it if you did the depth maps. You guys still up? Yeah, well, I'm getting ready to go to sleep soon, Syndicate. We're just talking a little bit before I pop off. Halo's a great game. Halo. No, I don't mean the game Halo. Master Chief. No, I was just a general like description of a shadow radiating everywhere. Cause now I've discovered some other cool effects with SDFs that I want to use now too. Oh, okay, yeah, you're mirrored to SDFs then. We'll have trippy visual overlay type stuff. Boolean math will be useful. Yeah, Boolean's fun. Boolean math for. There's a guy who's writing his game engine all based around that, and that's pretty cool. There's a lot of operations that you can do with it. Yeah. I haven't done enough cool stuff with it, but it's cool. Coins are back on the menu, boys. Back on the menu. Yeah, we got some fixes today. I'm pretty happy. I think the next stream is either going to be a game stream. Whoa, game stream. And we're not going to do it here. We're going to do it on my personal setup on the couch. Or it's going to be an art stream. Know his name? I don't know, but if you search like SDF game engine, you'll find the dude. He's gone crazy. It's kind of weird because like the stuff he describes is stuff that we have to do, like not the same thing. It's different for sure, but a lot of the stuff he's had to do, I've had to like tangle with at work at some level. Not as much. Definitely not as much. I'm in a bit more removed, but it's cool. And he shows like a lot of the cool effects of like all the effects you can do in real time. Yeah, so he talks about like a bunch of different principles of it, but
it's cool that it's not just geometry that's being blended, but also like the materials, the properties, like.
Here, each brick is colored, and I've also put the tree also allows us to know which SDF edits can affect a region of space. This is used
It's like
to
super,
do less work
super nice.
to determine which distance bricks need to be
How he handles like painting.
when an SDF edit is changed. Here I've turned on a debug mode that colors the bricks that are regenerated each frame. You can see
Yeah, it's insane.
I don't do this for rendering, but a mesh does work well.
Is he using an octree? I can't remember.
I use marching cubes to generate the collision mesh because it's simple and easily parallelized.
It looks like he's doing like an octree for some of this stuff. I don't know. I have to rewatch. It's been a while. Yeah, it's super sick, super cool. And there's a little demo where he's like
Drawing on surfaces is
drawing Mr. Potato Head.
the engine to be an SDF modeling tool, but the fidelity it provides does make that sort of thing possible. Here I'm putting the
Yeah, it's super freaking cool.
potato face. You may have noticed I like debug visualizations. They're extremely useful for both debug
What is parallelized? What do you mean parallelized?
systems work.
I mean, like in principle, a bunch of stuff of this. Like, I imagine a significant portion of the computation is done through compute buffers. Oh, the term? So, like, you can think about it like having, have you done threading at all? Because that might be a simple way of kind of extrapolating it out. But, like, it just means that things are being done in parallel. I don't know what that term is at all. Oh, yeah, it's kind of like that. It's kind of like it can be like that if you're doing it on the CPU side. If you're doing on the GPU side, then everything is fundamentally parallelized intrinsically just by doing that, right? And it's either done through like compute buffers, depending on how you structure your data and how you're dealing with it. But yeah, like that's a thing you're frequently going to be doing for a bunch of different levels of it. Whether it be like modifications to like the distance fields or whatnot. You get it? Yeah, okay, cool, you got it. Yeah, it's a whole thing. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, I need to get to work by 9 tomorrow, or today, so I'm going to call a stream here. Thank you guys for watching. I appreciate your company, as always. And, yeah, as always, God bless, and until next time, stay cozy, y'all. Bye-bye.